mission of Lambung Mangkurat University is to realize Lambung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lambung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more. Mangkurat University proudly present the second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management, as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing, becomes a part of a series of events to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of Lambung Mangkurat University. This event is a collaboration event, emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are post-pandemic on wetland environmental economies, advancing towards a more sustainable and resilient future, social humanities, green economy, enhancing health systems, strengthening human security, adoption of digital technologies, accelerating inclusive digital transformation, accelerating sectoral recovery and safeguarding employment in most affected sectors, integrating digital and financial ecosystem to maintain monetary and financial stability, enlarging investment to empower the informal sector, fiscal reform to strengthen national economic resilience. The international seminar and international symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topic from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world. Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties, which offer pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. The oldest faculty in Lambung Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, the Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Syariah mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange Corner and Investment Gallery, accounting competency test place, certified accountant test place, taxation center, and center for accounting development. vision of Lambung Mangkurat University is to realize Lambung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lambung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more. Mangkurat University proudly present the second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management, as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing, becomes a part of a series of events to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of Lambung Mangkurat University. This event is a collaboration event, emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are post-pandemic on wetland environmental economies, advancing towards a more sustainable and resilient future, social humanities, green economy, enhancing health systems, strengthening human security, adoption of digital technologies, accelerating inclusive digital transformation, accelerating sectoral recovery and safeguarding employment in most affected sectors, integrating digital and financial ecosystem to maintain monetary and financial stability, enlarging investment to empower the informal sector, fiscal reform to strengthen national economic resilience. The international seminar and international symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topic from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world. Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties, which offer pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. The oldest faculty in Lambung Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, the Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Syariah mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange corner and investment gallery, accounting competency test place, certified accountant test place, taxation center, and center for accounting development. vision of Lambung Mangkurat University is to realize Lambung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lambung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more. Mangkurat University proudly present the second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands and Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands and Environmental Management, as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing, becomes a part of a series of events to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of Lambung Mangkurat University. This event is a collaboration event, emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are post-pandemic on wetland environmental economies, advancing towards a more sustainable and resilient future, social humanities, green economy, enhancing health systems, strengthening human security, adoption of digital technologies, accelerating inclusive digital transformation, accelerating sectoral recovery and safeguarding employment in most affected sectors, integrating digital and financial ecosystem to maintain monetary and financial stability, enlarging investment to empower the informal sector, fiscal reform to strengthen national economic resilience. The international seminar and international symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topics from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world. Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties, which offer pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distance learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. The oldest faculty in Lambung Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, the Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Syariah mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange Corner and Investment Gallery, accounting competency test place, certified accountant test place, taxation center, and center for accounting development.
Recording in progress.
vision of Lambung Mangkurat University is to realize Lambung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lambung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning. We are live from Banjarmasin, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. Warm welcome to the Honorable Rector and Vice Rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, Dean and Vice Dean, Economic and Business Faculty, Lambung Mangkurat University, Head of Center for Journal Management and Publishing of Lambung Mangkurat University, Chairman of the committee, and all the members of the committee, invited speaker, moderator, and all distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. We will welcome you back. Thank you very much for gathering here and for participating this event for today. And welcome to the first day of the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management, or ISWEM 2021. My name is Nur Putra Madani. I will be very happy to be your host for today. And of course, today we will have 3 invited speakers. The first is Dr. J. Pisa from Florida International University. The second is Mr. Valensi Kausar, PhD from Sipper Agricultural University, Indonesia. And the third is Mr. Obi Ejia Tuluchuku, PhD from Namdi Azikiwe University, Nigeria. But before we start today or main event, let me introduce you to our moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Our moderator, she was born in Bunga Tanjung, 21st May 1974. She earned her doctoral degree in chemical engineering in University of Queensland, Australia. And she is now a lecturer in chemical engineering department, engineering faculty, Lambung Mangkurat University. She was also a vice director in administration and finance postgraduate program, Lambung Mangkurat University, South Kalimantan. And also, she is a national finalist of Outstanding Lecturer in 2019, and she was also an Outstanding Lecturer in Lambung Mangkurat University in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our moderator, Professor Insinyur Mutia Elma, ST, MSc, PhD, IPM, Asian English.
Director, Lambung Mangkurat University, Professor Dr. Haji Sutarto Hadi, MSc, PhD, the Honorable Dean and Vice Dean of our Vice Rector, Lambung Mangkurat University, the Honorable Dean and Vice Deans around Lambung Mangkurat University, the Honorable the Director of PPGP, Lambung Mangkurat University, the Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this precious the 7th International Symposium on Wetland Environmental, Lambung Mangkurat University. Today, it is the second day of 2 conferences and held by the collaboration between the Faculty of Economic and PPGP Lambung Mangkurat University. In this occasion, we shall have outstanding presentation from our prominent presenters, whom I believe shall enrich our insight and knowledge regarding to the theme of this seminar. Okay, everyone, we would like to have 3 speakers in the first section. And the first speaker is Dr. J. Pisa. And for those who would like to listen to these speakers, we would give time to every speaker for total for about 60 minutes. And there is a 15 minutes question and answer after every speaker talk, so that everyone would have time to pose questions. Before the presentation begins, please allow me to introduce the first invited speaker. He is Dr. J. Pisa from Florida International University. The title of his speech is Wetland Restoration for Enhancement of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service, Needs, Challenges, and Opportunities. Dr. J. Pisa is a very active lecturer and professional service, and now he graduated his PhD in 2002 in Biology Ecology, Florida International University. And in 1993, he graduated from master's degree in natural resources. And in 1983, he got his bachelor degree in botany ecology in Sri Bhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal. His areas of professional work, his research and teaching research area, especially vegetation, environmental relationship, disturbance ecology, community ecology, wetland ecology and management, biodiversity conservation, environmental management, environmental impact assessment, and interdisciplinary approach to natural resource ecology and management. Behind that, he also got a lot of scholarship and awards, such as Tropical Biology Dissertation Fellowship, and also Teaching Research Assistantship and Tuition Fee Waiver. And also, he got a James L. Linen Memorial Prize for first position among students. So please welcome Dr. J. Pisa.
are lost over the years. In last 3 centuries, 87% of the world's wetlands have been lost globally. Even last 100 years, in 1 century, the 50% of the wetlands, what was in the beginning of 1900 or early 20th century, the 50% of that have been lost. So when there is the wetland loss, certainly because wetlands are rich in biodiversity, and so there is loss of biodiversity. And biodiversity is the key of the all kinds of the ecosystem services. If there is no biodiversity, any ecosystem fails to provide the intended services or desired services. So biodiversity is important, and when the wetlands are lost, the biodiversity are lost. And it is said that more than 1 million animal and plant species that are housed in the wetlands are threatened or threatened with extinction. So we have to preserve those species. What are the causes of that loss and degradation? Even if the wetlands are there, but that is not fully functional, that is not in the prime state, those are like in the degraded state. So there are many drivers, or we call it stressors, that are causing the wetlands degradation and loss. Most challenging is the land use change. And that land use change has the root in the perception of the people. Because for decades and decades, people have seen the wetlands as a wastelands. And so they wanted to convert, they wanted to drain the wetlands, and they did. They drained the wetlands and converted them to the other land use, like mostly the agricultural land or the tree plantations or the housing developments or for other purposes. So land use change is one of the most threatened way or factor that has caused the wetland loss. The degradation, even the wetlands are there, but over exploitation of resources from the wetlands are degrading its health, wetlands health of the ecosystem. When there are the lakes, the eutrophications, that the dumping of the nutrients and other chemicals or the wastage within the wetlands that cause the algal bloom or many other problems in the wetlands. So eutrophication, which is the enrichment of the nutrients, that is another problem that degrades the functional capacity of the wetlands. Invasive exotic species in this connected world, species are brought from one country to another country, and species are moving or migrating from one country to another country, or from one region to another region within the country in different ways. And one species from one country, one place, can become the invasive or exotic invasive in other places, which can destroy or displace the native species from the area. That also degrades the wetland ecosystem. Most recently, although it has been happening for a long time, but most recently, the emphasis is on the climate change, which is also one of the themes of this conference. The climate change is challenging, and climate change is causing the wetlands to disappear much more rapidly than in the past. For example, the global warming, we all know that temperature has risen by 1.2 degrees centigrade in last couple of decades, and it is still rising. If the countries will not take care, it will still rise, and it is predicted that it can rise from 1.5 degrees centigrade to somewhere 4 degrees centigrade in next couple of decades, up to the 2100 degree. So when the temperature is rising, then among all other ecosystems, like the grassland, forest, and others, among all different kinds of the ecosystem, wetlands suffer much. Why? Because wetlands means the water. Water and the level of the soil surface or flooded on the soil. But when the temperature rises, those water evaporates and the wetlands dries out. So the drying of the wetlands causes the degradation and loss of the wetlands. When the soils are exposed, the peat soil, which is much more productive than any other soil, the peat soil, which is organic matter there, the decomposition rate of the peat increases because of the rise in the temperature. So the climate change plays important role. And in the coastal area, like the Indonesia have thousands and thousands of miles of the coastal area, the sea level rise is causing the freshwater wetlands to disappear. So sea level rise is the one problem. And the Florida, which has the flat land very close to the sea, that is suffering a lot. Where I am from, I am working now. South Florida is suffering from the sea level rise, and that is being impacted by the sea level rise a lot. So in summary, human activities, whether directly or indirectly, are the main drivers and stressor of the wetland loss. So to save that wetlands, there is another way that we need to restore the wetlands, which can be defined as the return of the degraded wetlands or formal wetland to its pre-existing conditions, naturally functioning condition, or condition as close to that as possible. However, the restoration is not a simple process. It is a very complex process and requires expertise, resources, and commitment from different stakeholders. And ideally, a successfully restored wetland will mimic the function of healthy natural wetlands. Therefore, here there are different attributes of successful wetland restoration activities. What we need to do, we need to use the native wetland species. Whenever we want to restore the wetlands, we need to use the native wetland species which can restore the original function of that wetlands. The wetlands should be the self-sustaining and resilient into the larger landscape. If we want to restore the small wetlands, we should not focus only on the wetlands, but in the larger landscape context. And the main way to do that is the reduction or elimination of the driver of the wetland degradation. Later we'll come to the steps of how we do this, but first we have to identify what are causing the wetland degradation and try to eliminate or minimize that drivers. So wetland restoration, I have examples here also. The wetlands that we want to restore can be the small and can be large. Here is one example from Nepal. This is just 1 square kilometer, 100 hectare, Chimti Lake. And we can see that upper one is the photo from 1985, where we see that agriculture lands and cultivations was going on within that area. But then a group of the people, even led by Dr. Ram Chaudhary, who is here with me and was there in the yesterday's presentation, he took the initiation and he was the member of the team who took the initiation, and that area was restored. And we can see at the bottom that in 5 years, all the agricultural lands are now converted to the wetlands there, natural wetlands now. So it is doable. It can, and the wetlands that we want to restore, it can be the small or it can be the large, very large, like the Everglades, that I will come later on that. So we have to just restart that. So first we have to be familiar with our local wetlands, what we want to restore, what kinds of the wetlands are that, which ones do the people consider most valuables. If there are many wetlands, we have to prioritize that, which are most valuables and which are less valuable than that. We have to rank them. What conditions are they in and how has that changed? We have to go back in historical aspect of that site. And the Google Earth is one important resources from any area, for any area. If that historical aerial photos are available, we can see over time how that has changed. The examples that we see here, I have just got from the Google Earth, because there are the sequence of the aerial photos that can show that any area, how that area has changed. Then we have to identify if there is any degradation has occurred over the time. Then we have to define, we have to identify that what caused that degradation. May include then what factors, if that is the agriculture conversion for other purpose, or there is any other factor that has caused that degradation. So we have to identify that. Then what is the forces behind that? For example, we have heard that, and people are always, all of us, most of us know that in Indonesia, the palm oil plantations for the palm oil has caused the change in the land use, and that has caused the decomposition of the peatlands, that has reduced the productivity of that area, that has caused the carbon loss in that area. So we have to identify the factors and the force behind that. And then if the governance issue, if there is any governance issue, lack of agreement among the stakeholders, we have to identify that too. And how the rules are enforced, whether poorly enforced, we have to strengthen that. Then first step, before the restoration, first step is to minimize or stop the degradation. And then identify the areas and plan for the restoration or take the initiation for the restoration. So there are 4 different principles that we want to identify or restore the wetlands, that ecological integrity, long-term sustainability, benefits and engages society, and informed by the past and future. Informed by past and future here means that, as I have mentioned in the previous slide, we have to identify the changes that have occurred over time and the drivers or factors that have caused that changes, and what we want in the future. We want to go back to the same wetlands that was a couple of years ago, or because the time is changing, the population will be increasing, we want something similar, not the same, but similar, that will benefit and engages the society. Society will also recognize that, oh, this wetlands restoration, if gets restored, that will benefit us. If we do that, then it will be the long-term sustainable. If we don't engage the people, if we don't convince, the people are not convinced, then it will not be the sustainable. And certainly we want to have the ecological integrity. Any ecosystem that needs to be in healthy conditions, which is the ecological integrity. But again, when we compare these four things, then maybe all those four things may not be exemplary, like means the maximum benefits. That any restoration cannot achieve, may or may not achieve all these four of goals or objectives. So we have to have the like trade-off. If there is one moderate and in one aspect and exemplary in other aspect, then if that is the only option, then we have to accept that option. So there are the three levels of these four goals or objectives, and we have to see the trade-off among these four objectives. As I said, the wetlands restoration can be taken into or can be restored. The wetlands can be restored at the small scale, as I gave the example from the Nepal, that was 1 square kilometer. Here, I work in Everglades, which has the world's largest wetland restoration project, and that is more than in the 5,000 square kilometer. So in introduction first, this Everglades, which is in the South Florida or southern tip of the Florida, that is the huge system where there is the lake, and especially the green area in the right side figure we see, that is the Greater Everglades, which is now currently in the degraded state, but the restoration project is trying to restore that. The Everglades is rich in biodiversity, where there is more than 1,000 species in that area, even mammals, 76 species, birds, 350, and many other animals and the plants there are. This is the example of how the Everglades was and how the Everglades is. Left side figure is the composite figure that has been produced to represent the wetlands or Everglades before development. We can see from the lake to the coast, there was the continuous flow of water, and the wetlands was continuous, but the people came in and they wanted to drain the area and use for different purposes. So right side figure, we can see that the area below the lake has been converted to the agricultural land, which produces the sugar cane, which cultivates the sugar cane and produces the sugar, and that is the main sugar producer area in the United States. That replaces the sugar productions from the sugar import from the other country, that reduces the sugar import, and that is producing the sugar that supplies the most of the US. But below that, still there are the wetlands, but those wetlands are not continuous. There is no continuous water flow that used to be 100 years ago. That is now compartmentalized into different sections. Water management is to protect the settlements that is now developed along the east coast of the area. So there are more than 6.5 million peoples living in that area, and the Everglades is managed to protect them from the flood as well as to supply the drinking water to them. So, but this compartmentalization has caused several changes. One change is that loss of the peat layer. And we can see that not only in the total area is lost, but the peat layer is 84% of the peat layer has been lost. So the peat got exposed and the soil depth decreases in that area, in the whole Everglades. And this was the main change in that area. So there is the plan to restore the Everglades. And here we can see that the left side figure is the historical pattern of the water flow. Then after this changes like compartmentalization and the constructions of these canals to drain the water, to drain the area, has disrupted that continuous flow. So there is no continuous flow now, and that has affected. So the main purpose of the restoration is to restore that flow as much as possible. And because there is the agricultural land just below the lake, so it is impossible to connect the flow from the lake to the ocean. But now there are plans to construct the huge, I'm saying, when I am saying huge, that means like it is like hundreds of square kilometers of the reservoir, water reservoir area. And that will store the water south of the agricultural land. And from there, the water will be released towards the south. And the southern part is the Everglades National Park, actually. And so the water will be released towards the south to the Bay Area. And at least that will partially restore the flow in the southern part of the Everglades. And that restoration plan, as I mentioned earlier, that is the largest restoration plan, wetlands restoration plan in the world. The estimated cost in 2000 when the plan was launched was the $8 billion over 30 years. But now recent estimate has crossed more than $20 billion and to be completed in 50 years. And this restoration plan has the more than 5 dozen big projects to dismantle the levee, to fill up the canals, to construct the water pumps, to redirect the waters, to construct the water reservoir areas or storage areas. So many components are there. That is, some of them are reflected in the left side figure. And within that big plan, there are many other sub-plans like the Modified Operations Leverage, Everglades Restoration Transition Plan, Central Everglades Planning Project, Combined Operational Plan, and continuously there is update. This plan is being updated continuously. How? We will see. So in the wetland restoration, when we think about the wetland restoration, first is the planning and then implementation. That everybody, for any project that is important, and we do that for any project. We just plan that we have to do this and we implement that plan. But the two things is important. The monitoring, if we just restore, we do implement the project, and if we don't monitor the progress, then we will be lost. The plan will be lost. And especially when the restoration plan goes for multi-years, over the years, and it needs a lot of resources, then that is important. So that if there is anything going wrong, that monitoring process will inform the management that, oh, this restoration plan or this restoration project or this part of the restoration project is not working, and so that needs to be modified. And how? That is called the adaptive management. We do that one as the adaptive management, according to the principle of the adaptive management. So there are different process, different steps to include that adaptive management into the restoration projects. First, we start with that, okay, we make the plan. And when we make the plan, then the needs to engage the all stakeholder and collaborate with the different agencies that are involved or that are impacted by that restoration project. Especially this is applicable when the large areas are restored. For example, even near the Banjar Masin, there is a conserved area, the government conserved area, where the government plan is to restore that area. And there are different agencies, different people being impacted by that. The people who lives that within that area, the people who lives outside the area in the city area, but extract the resources from that area. So there are different peoples, different kinds of the stakeholders will be impacted by that. And when we want to restore that, we have to involve all of them. We have to establish and define restoration goal and objective. What are our objective? What we want to achieve? Then identify and prioritize the uncertainties. When we do restore in this way, what we will get, and if we do other way, what we will get. So there can be the different alternatives of restoration, different way of restorations, and those options needs to be evaluated and the uncertainties identify and to address those uncertainties. Then certainly, if it is scientific, it is done in scientific way, then it will involve the performance measures, hypothesis that, okay, if water is restored, or for example, if the palm plantations is stopped, then the hypothesis will be that if the palm plantation is stopped or the area is left natural, then the peat layer will start building up, or there will be reduction in the fire frequency. So those kind of the scientific hypotheses have to be identified. And then alternate plan design and implementations. I mean that when the different alternative designs are there, we have to select the best one and implement that. But when we implement a plan, then the whole monitoring program should be in place. What we will monitor, how we will monitor the progress. And assessment, when we monitor, then we will analyze the progress data and assess that, okay, if we are achieving our goal or not. And if we are not, then that will provide the feedback to the decision making, to the managers who are responsible for that project. And then the activity that was conducted to restore the wetlands, that will be adjusted. And that is how it is working in this Everglades, because it is a huge project, millions of the dollar, billions of the dollar are involved. And so there are like millions of the dollars are spent on the monitoring projects. And I have been lucky to monitor, to be involved, to monitor the vegetation responses to the restoration activities. So in adaptive management, all those are like systematically done, and the monitoring and assessments are integrated into the project implementations. And then if needs, then corrective actions are identified and then implemented, or the corrections is done to achieve the goals. I give one example here, like two examples I give. One is to evaluate the different options. So for example, there was one project component that was the Central Everglades Planning Project, where there was 4 options identified. Okay, what if we increase the water flow from north to south by this amount, or by that amount, or by that amount? So I am not going in that much detail here, but what I want to emphasize here, that 4 alternatives were identified, B, C, D, E. I have not mentioned A here because A is considered as the existing conditions. What if we don't do anything? Just what is going on, just let it go. So that is A. So when the 4 alternatives B, C, D, E were evaluated, and evaluation is done not only for a particular point of view. Evaluation was done for hydrology point of view, food web point of view, how it will be the habitat of the wildlife habitats point of view, what will be the cost and benefits
Excuse me,
of
Dr.
that.
PJ, your time is 5 minutes. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I will be finishing in 5 minutes. And the cost benefit point of view. So all those bases here, I just put one example here that option D was accepted. So most cost beneficial, we can see here in the bottom, most cost beneficial was the D option. And that's why they recommended, okay, we have to adopt the D option. So this is the way to evaluate. Then the monitoring and assessment. I give one example that there is the changes in hydrologic conditions, which is the part of the restoration. But that hydrologic changes because the flow will increase towards the south. And this example is from in the southern part of that whole Everglades, that is the Everglades National Park. There is one system called the Mal Prairie landscape, which is the habitat of the Cape Sable seaside sparrow, one endangered species. And I am responsible to monitor the vegetation within that landscape. And the dot points here we see, that is the sites where we have the permanent plots. All those sites, we have the permanent plots, and we visit those sites every 4 years. And we record the vegetations, and then we document how the vegetation is changing over time. And the right side figure, we see that has shown that vegetation has changed over time. Red dots are showing that vegetation is drying. The blue dots represent that vegetation is getting wetter and wetter. Since the objectives are different, on the west side of the Sark River slough, which is in the center, a flow path, and the east side of the Sark River slough, objectives are different, and we evaluate that whether those objectives are being achieved or not. So this is the monitoring that is important, and we give the feedback to the managers, and they adopt. If the restoration work is successful or not will be evaluated, and that can be evaluated in different ways. One is the compliance success, that what we were assigned or the restoration project was assigned for, whether that is complied or not, or whether the ecological function of the system has been restored or not, or the ecological integrity of that wetlands in the landscape concept is maintained or not. So the success needs to be evaluated in terms of the achievement of the restoration goals. For one examples I have presented here, that is how the age in the years when the restoration starts, what was the projected goals, and the solid line shows that whether that goal is being achieved or not. So the dotted line up there is the goal. The solid line is showing that is the progress, and the combination of the solid line and the dots are showing the future path of that restorations. So this is the way that we will monitor the success of the restorations. After this, I have a summary of some points. We have to prioritize the protection of wetlands, identify, recognize the full suite of wetland restoration benefit, identify and involve all stakeholders, as I had mentioned before, recognize and use available strength including online resources. I just put one example here, Ecosystem Restoration Book, a practical guide to healing the planet. That is, a number of agencies were involved to produce this document. And that is some guidelines there how to restore the ecosystems. Overall, there should be the holistic restoration objectives, not the sectoral. That should be always the holistic. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dr. J. Pisa. That is very great presentation. And let's give a big round of applause for Dr. J. Right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to pose your question. We have 15 minutes for question and answer. For those who have a question, please write your question through chat room, or you can raise your hand through Zoom platform. Are there any questions so far? Please, committee, please show me the comment through in the chat room if there is any questions. Dr. J, while waiting for the questions, I would like to ask a question for you directly with regard to the wetland restoration. So here in our city in Banjarmasin, maybe you already know that we got a lot of wetland areas. And my question is how to enhance or how to maintain the volume of the wetland while day by day there are lots of people, they would like to build houses, and then they try to change the wetland areas become dry areas. How to maintain that one? Thank you.
Okay, so yes, that is the land use conversion or land use change, or when the population is rising and the demand for the land and food productions is rising, is increasing, it is very challenging. Not one in the Banjarmasins and in most of the developing country, that is the main challenges. However, we have to identify and prioritize the use of the land. We can evaluate, or we can show that if the lands are maintained as the wetlands, that will be more economically beneficial to the people than to convert into the other land usage. Then people may get convinced. However, when the people need the land for settlement to construct the houses, then the regional zoning is important. That the decision maker or policy makers in the area has to decide that, okay, this part or this percent of the land needs to be maintained as the wetlands, and this percent of the lands can be developed into the settlements. Other way is establishing a wetland mitigation bank. That, for example, in one area that is intended for the development, settlement, if the people want to build the house there, but little bit at some distance from there is the wetlands, or there are the wetlands that are can be restored or can be maintained, then those people need to be asked to pay the money. That, okay, you can use this part of the wetland, but they will have to pay the money to restore or to maintain the wetlands in the other part. And so wetland mitigation bank is the one way to compensate the loss in one area for the maintenance in the other area. And in the Everglades, we are doing in the Everglades, that is also one aspect or one way that is implemented here, where we are restoring the degraded wetlands, and the money is coming from the other part of the city, that where people are building the house in the original wetland area, which cannot be restored or which are out of the question for restoration. So they pay the money there, and that money is being used within the Everglades National Park to restore the wetlands. I answered your question, I think.
Thank you, Dr. J. Yeah, it is. We realize that it is a big challenge and the big questions for the decision maker to do that, because to maintain the wetland areas while like the raising of the people, we cannot stop that one. They need to build a house. They need to change everything. But in the other hand, we need to let the water flow. But it is hard and it's a big question for us. But anyway, we still have another question for in this room. Please, committees, prepare a microphone for the questioner for the next door. Is there any question for audience from next door? Oh yes, we got one question from chat room. Her name is Tri Okta Maulana. She mentioned that what is the challenge and obstacle, technical or non-technical, to restoration of wetland? Please, Dr. J.
Yes, thank you. The questions are the main questions, that what are the challenges and how to handle that challenges. Main challenges is the recognitions of the need of the wetland restorations. Main challenge is that until we people here mean that all people, whether that is the policy makers, whether that is scientists, or whether that is the other stakeholders, common people, don't recognize that these wetlands needs to be restored, then there will be nothing to do. We cannot do anything. And just I had mentioned in the beginning that the economic evaluations of wetlands is first step to convince the people. And once we do that, then it becomes the planning challenge, how to plan that, because there is, if we plan one way, that will affect the other people. So we have to include all the stakeholders, and certainly when all the stakeholders gets involved, then there will be the give and take kind of the things, like the trade-off. There, if we discuss that one, we negotiate that one, then that we can solve by dialogue or by discussing among the stakeholder. Then the challenge and obstacle needed resources. And then certainly once the plan is implemented or once the plan is there, then we have to monitor and then see that how it progress. So those are the main challenges. The most difficult challenges is to initiate and to recognize the need for that, that we need to restore the wetlands.
All right, thank you, Dr. J. Hope your answer could be understood by Ibu Tri Okta Maulana. So perhaps we still have Another questions? Yeah, maybe the other question is from Professor Abdul Hadi. Please, Professor.
Mutia, Dr. Jai, concern for a nice presentation and also a nice to see you. I have two questions. Maybe about SA. You multi-stakeholder responsible for the restoration effort or restoration activity in Everglades. Yeah. So my question is, who does fund the activity? I mean, in Indonesia we got funding from Ministry of Environment and Forestry. How about in US? That is the first question. And the second question, you presented about the restoration activity in Nepal. My question is similar to the first question. I mean, who is responsible for the financing this activity? Because I think Nepal is very much similar to Indonesia. If we spend we cannot spend big money for such environmental activity. So yeah, how the Nepalian government how to say finance this activity? And I would like, I will grateful also if Dr. Chandri can maybe share some experience, especially for the activity in Nepal. Thank you.
Okay. So first I will answer, thank you, Dr. Hadi, and that's very relevant questions, and that is very relevant in terms of the restoration in Indonesia, country like Indonesia. So in USA, when it was recognized that the drainage of the Everglades or the constructions of the canals had affected the biodiversity in the Everglades, then there was a huge cry about that noise about that, and public raises the voices. So when in the democratic country, we know that in the democratic country, when the public realizes the problem and public raises the voices, then the leaders have to listen. And in the USA, when the leaders listened to that one, then they took the problem into the Congress, and Congress means the parliament decided that okay, the wetlands in the Everglades needs to be restored. Yes, behind that there was a lot of study was done, and it was proof had been provided that if the wetlands will get restored, that will benefit the ecosystem, and most important was the supply of the fresh water for the settlements. And if the wetlands will not be restored, there will be crisis for the drinking water. That was the first point that was convinced, that was used to convince the policymakers. So when the policymakers got convinced and it was passed from the Congress, then the cost is shared by the federal government, Ministry of Interior, and the state government. So certainly it is the tax money, public tax money coming through the government. So government is funding that huge restoration projects because they did the cost benefit analysis, and per dollar investment, what will be the profit or what will be the benefits in the dollar term, and that needs to be proved by the study. About the Nepal, that a small wetland example I gave, the Dr. Chaudhary, who was involved in that team restoration, he will highlight that where the team got the funding from and how that was restored. Dr. Chaudhary. Dr. Ram Prasad Chaudhary is here with me.
Thank you so much for this question. So to be in short, I would like to say that we made a plan with the help of local communities, and I approached Ford Foundation in Delhi to make a management plan of that one. After making the plan, and we got some money from Ford Foundation, then the local communities were mobilized and the local government was also mobilized. So local government funded that project every year, and local communities involvement was very, very important. And with the local communities involvement and local government some money, so that project was in this way a bit successful, and still we are looking. So there is a big plan actually. So to make that area as a recreational site, as a biodiversity preservation point, as a supplement of another. So Ramsar site, which is very close to that one. So those are a big plan. But in short, Ford Foundation, with the help of Ford Foundation and involvement of local communities, have been very, very crucial to that project. Thank you.
We got a problem here. I'm sorry. We got a little bit delay for a second. So thank you very much again for Dr. J and the college. I forgot your name. But actually, we still got lots of questions and problem here. We would need to get some suggestion and advice from you guys. But unfortunately, we are run out of the time. So for those who would like to pose more questions, please let the committees know, and then we will send your question through email to the speakers, and we will inform you for the next questions and answer. So thank you very much for your time, for giving us a very great presentation for today, and then hope the audience enjoy the presentation. And again, thank you very much for Dr. J. Good evening.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
कर रहा है कुछ ना कुछ करिए
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our great international conference for today. So this is the first day for International Iswem 2021. Let's we introduce our second invited speaker, Bapak Valensi Kausar, PhD. He's a lecturer from Stiper Agriculture University in Stiper, Indonesia. His talk would be delivered about climate change. But before that, we would like to introduce our second invited speaker for today. His name is Dr. Valensi Kausar. He's a lecturer coming from Stiper Agricultural University. Welcome, Pak. And he has experience in teaching in Institute Pertanian Stiper, and also he just graduated from Japan University. What is your university? And he also has many publications. He wrote some books as well, and then he's a section editor in Journal Joatika. Now, please welcome our second invited speaker, Bapak Dr. Valensi Kausar. Please, your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Mutia Elma. Today I'm going to talk about the climate change, but related with my disciplines about soil science. Please, the screen, my presentation. Okay, today I'm going to talk about the carbon and nitrogen dynamics in Japanese soils as influenced by long-term organic rice farming. This research was conducted in Japan when I'm studying in Yamagata University, and also in as constitute of the Iwate University, Japan. So, next, please. So, today's topic I will divide into 6 chapters. The first is a general introduction, and the second is the soil quality effects of long-term organic farming under different topo sequence. The third chapter talk about the long-term organic farming affect carbon and nitrogen stocks. The fourth chapter I will talk about the pH effect, the earth drying and drying revetting effects. The fifth about the carbon decomposition and nitrogen mineralization of 2 kinds of winter wheat, foxtail and milkfetch. And the last chapter about the reconstructed organic rice field. Next, please. So the first chapter, general introduction, I will talk about the carbon and nitrogen dynamics, organic farming, and nitrogen mineralizations. So now global temperature anomaly estimated based on the land and ocean data. As we know that now is increasing drastically. So now our world is a little bit hot and or cold based on this data. And next, because of the atmospheric concentration of greenhouse gases. This is the data of the carbon dioxide is increasing from the early 20th centuries about, and next is the methane concentrations also drastically increase in the same period. And the last is the nitrous oxide atmospheric concentration. Please next. And next. And methane and nitrous oxide, as well as the carbon dioxide, is the three main or major greenhouse gases, which is methane and nitrous oxide are 28 and 298 CO2 equivalents. So it means if we release 1 kg of nitrous oxide into the atmosphere, is equivalent releasing about 298 kg of carbon dioxide. So this is a very big problem. So based on the global greenhouse gas emissions, we see that from industry contribute about 21%. So also 1/5 from the industry, our industry. So the transport, so if you bring your car or motorcycles, also contribute about 14%. Not so high, but also we have to reduce from the transportation. So we use like a hybrid car or something. And from buildings, contribute about 6% from your air conditioner, from the refrigerator. So we have to reduce this also by using the environmental energy. And the total energy is about 35% from energy, and the last is 24% is from agriculture, forestry, and other land uses. So 24% is very high. So that's why we have to try to reduce this one as the agricultural sectors. So based on my disciplines, I'm talking about the soils. So how the importance of the soils in the global warming issue. So everything that contribute to the greenhouse gas emissions calculated by carbon dioxide from the carbon. So the carbon stocks in the atmosphere, total in the atmosphere about 800 petagrams, very high. But some researchers say that if we want to reduce the global warming, we have to transplant the many regions using vegetations, and vegetation contribute 550 petagrams, so many, but lower than atmosphere. However, soil organic carbon and soil inorganic carbon both contribute 3 times higher than atmosphere. So 3 times higher than atmosphere means this one, the soil organic carbons and soil inorganic carbon have the potential, very potential, if we want to mitigate the greenhouse gas emission. So about 1,500 petagrams is from the soils. So please next. And approximately 27% of the total agricultural land in Japan is andosols, the kind of soils. Andosol derive from the volcanic ash and characterized by high soil organic carbon. So we have to increase the soil organic carbon in the andosol. If we can do this one, so we is it possible to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And please next. So that's why there is 4 per mil initiatives. Please next. The 4 per mil, 4 per thousand is an initiative from the many researchers, especially soils and agricultural researchers, to increase the world's soil organic carbon mostly, to adapt 40 centimeters or 30 centimeters at a rate of 4 per mil or 0.4% per year. So if we can increase 4 per mil per year, we can use this increment as a compensation for global emission of greenhouse gases by anthropogenic sources. Anthropogenic sources means from the human. So the rice consumption in Japan now is decreasing year by year, gradually decrease. Since 70s, about 1962, the per capita rice consumption in Japan has decreased, and Japan is self-sufficient in the terms of rice production. Until now, about 2015, about only less than 60 kg per person per year. That's why now the fields in Japan, some fields converted from the conventional to organic farming. And if we see the certified, about 19% already certified. And the next, about 43% is non-certified. This next. Okay, next. If we compare to the Indonesia, we see the data from Indonesia. We have the data from 2003 and 2017. Also, the decreasing trend from 100 kilograms per person per year now is only about 80 kilogram per person per year. So now we see the same trend as Japan. So that's why organic farming is now an option, because if we do organic farming, we can get the good quality of rice, and the taste also better than the conventionals. Okay, please next. In 2012, one researcher, the Cuttinger, and the teams published one paper, Enhanced Topsoil Carbon Stocks under Organic Farming. The Cuttinger studies from 74 places around the world, and based on the meta-analysis, Cuttinger found that the soil stocks and carbon concentrations were significantly higher in organic farmings than conventional farmings. However, 1 year later, in 2013, another researchers, Leifold, in the same journals, write one letter talk about the Cuttinger issue. Then the Leifold team said that the organic farming gives no climate change benefit through soil carbon sequestration. The Leifold criticized the Cuttinger research because if we want to compare the organic and conventionals, we should consider the long-term carbon sequestration ability of the soil as part of natural cycles. So if we have the field, then we add the organic matter from the elsewhere field, like from the farmyard manure, from the elsewhere field. Then we add many organic matter. Of course, the soil carbon stock will increase. However, actually, if we want to compare the organic and conventional, we have to understand the condition, the soil ability from the field itself. So we have the natural cycles. Please next. So we have the internal nutrient cycles. This diagrams is about the nitrogen flow in the long-term organic rice farming. So we have a labile pool, and the labile pool totals in the soils will mineralized during cropping season and off seasons. So during cropping season, will uptake by rice plant about 11.4 gram nitrogen per meter square, and off season will uptake by wheat and also fixation total about 6.6. So if we want to compare the organic and conventional, we have to use these two sources, rice plant and also wheat uptake. So rice plant will from the rice straw about 5 and rice bran about 1.6. We can use both, about the total 6.6 gram nitrogen per meter square as internal nitrogen input. And also with uptake, of course, all 6.6 also possible to return to the soils as an internal nitrogen input. And the external input, of course, from the nitrogen fixation, precipitation, and guano, but not as much as the internal nitrogen input. So the total labile nitrogen is we have from the internal and external nitrogen input, and we have the annually changing mineralizable nitrogen affected by input and also drying effect. So the drying effect also role in the labil nitrogen pools in the soils. So we have to calculate the drying effect as well as the drying rewetting effect. So there are two effects in here in the labil nitrogen pools roles, air drying and drying rewetting effects. And the basic mineralizable from the topsoil and subsoils contribute about 21 gram nitrogen per meter square. So the total labil nitrogen pools total for about 41, and the internal nitrogen input, this is the important things if we want to compare the organic and conventional field. Please next. So the chapter 2, how to compare the organic and conventional. First, we have to see the field. So because in Japan, the topography is not flat, so we have to think about the topo sequence effect on the long-term organic rice farming. So I will talk about the topo sequence effect first. This next. So the location is in the central Japan, near Tokyo, in we call it the Tochigi Prefecture. So we have a two field, conventional and organic. Conventional feed is from the chemical slow release fertilizer using NPK. Is equal about 56 kilogram nitrogen per hectares. For the organic, we use the rice straw and winter wheats because we are talking about the internal nutrient cycling. So only rice straw and winter wheats, not from the farmyard manure or from the other elsewhere fields. So this is the field, and we have a different altitude. The higher is 24.3 meter above sea level, and the lowest is near river, 20.7 meter above sea level. And from the total, we have a lot of fields. This next. And we calculate the bulk density, pH, and EC from the conventional. TRF means conventional rice farming. 1, 4, 8, 12, 15, and 19 means year of organic rice farming. 1 year, 4 year, 8 years, and up to 19 years organic rice farming. In here, we can see the no clear trend in the soil properties, bulk density, pH, and EC among different duration of organic farming. So mostly if we applied a lot of rice straw or winter wheats, the bulk density will lower than the conventional. However, in this data, we cannot see the clear trends in the bulk density and as well as the pH and E. This next. We also calculate the soil organic carbon and the isotope, the delta 13 carbon and delta 15 nitrogen. And we could not see the clearly difference. So soil organic carbon and total nitrogen in the yellow and the blue bar is not significantly different at 0 to 15 and 15 to 20 centimeters until 12 years of organic rice farming. And also the stable isotope, delta 13 carbon and delta 15 nitrogens, there were no significance in the delta 13 carbon, the topsoil and subsoil. And for the delta nitrogens, highest in the 15 organic rice farming. This next. So in the topo sequence effect, we divide riverside and hillside. So we can see that the field between the riverside and hillside has a differences in the soil properties. Like in the bulk density in the riverside and hillside were significantly different in, from 0 to 0.63 and 0.7. And also we found a significantly difference in the soil organic carbon and total nitrogen, as well as the delta 15 nitrogen. So we can see that there is sequence effect. So if we want to compare the organic rice farming to conventional rice farming, we have to think about the location, the topography. So in here, the riverside and hillside are quite different. So if we want to compare, we have to use the riverside because the data is quite clear than the hillside. Please next. And the conclusion, we can see that the riverside and hillside has difference. Thus, to assess, the consideration is needed in determining the selection of location that have a less sequence effect in the soil properties. So that's why we, in the next chapter, we use only in the riverside. Okay, please next. The chapter 3, long-term organic farming affect carbon and nitrogen stocks in their mineralization potentials. This objective to determine whether and what duration of organic rice farming affect soil organic carbon, total nitrogen, carbon and nitrogen stock, and mineralization in the rice paddies. So we only use this field in the riverside because in the hillside is quite different. So if we use this locations, the lower location, hopefully the data is very clear. And total the fields, for conventional we only use 6 fields. The 4 years using only 3, 8 years using only 5 fields, 12 years using only 4 fields, and total only 18. And these 18 fields also used for chapter 4 and chapter 5 in the next slides. So in here we calculate the soil carbon stocks using this equation, and as well the soil nitrogen stocks calculated in the same formula. So next, please. So I will talk about the soil carbon stocks. So is the calculation method of the carbon stocks applicable for all locations and types of land uses? Because sometimes is not quite clear. So the carbon stocks, if we see the many papers, like in the Q4 and Roderick 2003, Deca in the 2007, so we can see that the soil carbon stock bulk density problem, like if we use the bulk density for the soil carbon stocks calculation, some bias will make the calculation is not clear. This next. And also in the Paulson, they say that most of the published value are almost certainly inflated by 20 to 30% due to the inappropriate soil sampling method used, like equal soil depth rather than the equal soil mass. So this is the problem if we want to calculate the carbon stocks. Next. Also in Katinga, I also presented this paper previously. The Katinga also say that the increase in carbon under organic farming system with the higher organic input level is masked by a lower bulk density of the soil when measured at a standardized sampling depth. So the bulk density and the depth is our problem in the carbon stock calculation. Please next. Same as this data. So in the 2011 said that data on the bulk density are critical in the order to estimate soil organic carbon stock changes, because they have some problems. Like the first, the bulk density changes with the land use and need to be accounted for when calculating SOC stocks. So this is our problem. Okay, next. So how we handle the carbon stock calculation. So this one is our data. So in the above, we can see the conventional versus 12 years organic. If we have the carbon concentration, of course, 12 years organic will have a higher carbon concentration than conventional. However, because of the 12 years organic farming, they will have a bulk density lower than conventional. If we use same depth, like 15 centimeter, and then we can have get the carbon stock 66 in the conventional versus 59 in the 12 years organic. So if we use this calculation, then the question is really organic farming decreasing carbon stocks? Of course not. This is because of the bulk density is lower than conventional, even though the carbon concentration higher in 12 years organic farming. And in the lower, we can see the same condition, conventional and 12 years, same carbon concentration, 6.87 versus 7.01. But if we change the bulk density into the conventional as a reference, 0.643, and using same tab, so we can get the carbon stocks in the 12 years organic farming higher than conventionals. So we can conclude that the organic farming increased carbon stock. So everything is based on the bulk density or the tab. In another paper, in the Fumiaki Takakai sensei's paper, in 2020, they have the calculation, the similar calculation in 3 treatments: no application, rice straw, and rice straw compost. The carbon concentration, of course, higher in the rice straw, 32 years application, and rice straw compost, 39 years application. And they have also bulk density in the rice straw lower than no application, and rice straw compost also lowest in the treatments. If they use the tab 15 centimeter, then this is the data, 35, 39, 47, 45. The value is lower than expected by the Takakai, Professor Takakai. And how they handle the carbon stock calculation, please next. Then they change the tab, the new tab calculation. So they calculate from the no application bulk density over treatment bulk density times original tab. So they get the rice straw 15.5 and rice straw compost 16.5 centimeter. And they get the carbon stock higher than previous. So they use this calculation for their journals. Please next. This is from the table 6 from the Takakai senseis. And they use this calculation. So they change the layer thickness. Then they get the soil carbon higher than previous if they only use the 15 centimeter as the layer. So they did not change the bulk density, but change the layer thickness. Okay, please next. And also insufficient attention of bulk density could make the calculation of carbon stock will underestimation or overestimation. So like this case, we can see the original carbon stocks will have a 1.2 gram centimeter times 2%, and they got 2.4. But the new carbon stocks, if we change the bulk density 1.5 times 2% as the compactions, the new carbon stocks is about 3. So which one is the correct, original carbon stock or new carbon stocks using the compactions? So the carbon stocks could be underestimation or overestimation. Okay, please next. So in our case, for carbon stock, we change the bulk density based on the reference from the conventional. And how to calculate the carbon decomposition and nitrogen mineralization, we use the anaerobic incubation. We add 5 grams of soils with 10 milliliter of water, and the file pattern changed by the nitrogen gas. Then we incubate under 30 degrees Celsius in 8 weeks. Then every 2 weeks, we calculate the CO2 and methane production, and we got the carbon decomposition. And also in the same period, we analyze the ammonium and nitrate using 10% KCl extraction, and we found the nitrogen mineralization calculated by deducting the amount of ammonium and nitrate measured initially from weekly observation. And the potential value was calculated using first order reaction models. This is the equation for the carbon decomposition and nitrogen mineralization. So if we have the data in the blue marker, so we will got the red line as like this one. So we can calculate the potential value. So the potential value may be on the 6 or 8 weeks. So we can see the potential on the 6 and 8 weeks because after 8 weeks may be stable. Please next. So this calculation also possibly used for this data like a linear. However, if we have this data is a very linear, so we could not find the potential value as 8 weeks. So we have to continue the experiment more than 8 weeks, or we can use this calculation to estimate the potential value. So this first order reaction model is useful for calculating the potential value from the carbon or nitrogen mineralization. Please next. So this data is carbon stock and nitrogen stocks. We can see the from the conventional 4 years, 8 years, and 12 years, no significant difference in the subsoils, 15 to 20 centimeter. However, in the carbon stocks, after 12 years organic rice farming could increase 15%. So 15% increase after 12 years organic rice farming. If we divide 12 years, so we have more than 1%, 1% per year. So 1% compared to the previously, we have the 4 per meal initiative. 4 per meal is 0.4%, and we have the data is 1% per year. So we have the data higher than the initiatives, 0.4% initiative compared to this data is 1%. So we prove that the 0.4% or 4 per meal increment in the soil organic carbon is possibly achieved by this experiment by only internal nutrient cycling. For the nitrogen stocks also increase about 12% in the subsoils and 17% in the topsoils. So increment of the nitrogen stock is a very useful, very beneficial for the plant. In these terms means the rice plant, because higher nitrogen stocks also possibly increase the nitrogen mineralization. So the plant could absorb nitrogen better than if the nitrogen stock lower. So please next. So this one is the carbon decomposition potentials. So from the previous equation, we calculate the carbon decomposition potential and nitrogen mineralization potentials. So we can see that after 8 years and 12 years, the significantly increase in the both carbon and nitrogen mineralization. So in organic agriculture, increasing carbon decomposition through the production of carbon dioxide and methane due to the addition of plant residue is unavoidable, because every time we apply the organic matter, then the organic matter will decompose and increase the carbon dioxide or methane, depend on the conditions. So application of organic matter, of course, will increase the carbon decomposition. However, this even though increasing the carbon decomposition also increase the carbon stock, which is very useful for the soils. And the nitrogen mineralization potential also increase about 50%. So nitrogen mineralization reflects the ability of soil microbes to convert the nitrogen in a complex organic residues into forms of available to plant. So nitrogen mineralization increase very high, 50%. So this is very useful, and not only in the topsoil but also in the subsoils. And hopefully in the higher nitrogen mineralization would support plant growth in the organic farming. So higher nitrogen means we did not need to apply the chemical nitrogens. This next. So the conclusion from this research is increase of soil carbon and nitrogen stocks, as well as carbon and nitrogen mineralization in Japanese undersoils by organic rice farming needs at least 12 years, even though some data also prove that 8 years is enough. However, we suggest that because of the carbon stocks increase at 12 years, so 12 years is the minimum years to convert the conventionals, and we got the carbon stocks higher than conventionals. And the next chapter, I'll talk about the air drying and drying rewetting effects. So this is also talking about the how organic rice farming change in the carbon and nitrogen mineralizations. Okay, please next. So as we know that rice fields have a less experience during the drying and rewetting. It is well known that paddy soil releases a large amount of nitrogen when soil is well dried before submergence. And this is the special condition in the wetlands, in the rice field, in the paddy fields. And in 1941, Professor Shiori first called this phenomenon the increasing carbon decomposition or nitrogen mineralization as the air drying effect on ammonification. And several years later, by one researcher, Birch, they published one paper. They called the fluctuation in carbon and nitrogen as the increase, and they called this one as a Birch effect. So until now, we know this fluctuation in carbon and nitrogen after applied the water or after pre-treatments as a Birch effect. So there are two fundamentally different mechanisms. The first is a microbial stress mechanism. The two fundamentally different mechanism has a different the conditions in the fluctuation will increase or will decrease the carbon and nitrogens. The microbial stress mechanism, the stress sensitive microbes will be decreased due to the drying and rewetting effect. So because of this condition, then the fluctuation may be not higher. But the second mechanism, substrate supply mechanism, microbial substrates increase through the breakdown and physical release of occluded soil organic carbon from soil aggregates. So the substrate will increase and the carbon fluctuation or nitrogen fluctuation will higher than previously. And these two mechanisms role in the air drying and also drying rewetting effects. Okay, please next. And how we calculate the air drying and drying rewetting effects. So first we divide the soils into 3 treatments: the fresh soil treatments, the air dried soil sample treatment, and the dried rewetted. So fresh soil means only from the fields directly, and we stored in the 5 degrees Celsius rooms, cold storage. And the air dried as normal, we air dried under the controlled conditions, and the dried rewet after drying, then 3 weeks using the treatments. We add the water and we calculate the WFPS, water field pore space, about 40% to so the microbes will increase after drying condition. And we calculate the carbon decomposition and nitrogen mineralization as a previous experiment. And how to calculate the air drying and drying rewetting effect, we use this calculation. The air dried minus fresh soil will is the air drying effect, and drying rewetting effects calculated by dried rewet minus fresh soils. And why we want to understand drying rewetting effects? Because mostly the researcher study about the air drying effect, because when applying to the real conditions, the drying rewetting may be more realistic, because in the paddy soils we did not only drying the soils, but also after drying we add the water, like in the puddling or before transplanting. Please next. And this is the main data of the research, the air drying effects and drying rewetting effects from the nitrogen mineralization and carbon decomposition. So we can see that the air drying effects on the nitrogen mineralization potentials and carbon decomposition potentials were significantly higher in the 8 years and 12 years organic rice farming, about 41% and 51%. And in the nitrogen mineralization. And in the blue bar, we can see the drying rewetting effects on carbon decomposition potential was significantly higher in the 12 years, about more than 77% higher in a 12 years organic rice farming compared to conventional rice farming. So please next. So the conclusion from this research is air drying effects on either carbon decomposition or nitrogen mineralization were significantly increased in 8 years or 12 years after organic farming as compared to conventional. So the next chapter is carbon decomposition and nitrogen mineralization of foxtail and milk fats incorporated into organic paddy soils. So the objective of this study is to understand the carbon and nitrogen mineralization of foxtail. Foxtail is one kind of weeds, winter weeds, because in the winter the field is not planted, so the weeds is grow, and the weeds dominated in the area is the foxtail. And also to understand the carbon decomposition and nitrogen mineralization of foxtail and milk fats weeds in the different stages of maturity. So this is the picture of the foxtail and milk fats. The foxtail is a non-leguminous plant, while the milk fats is a leguminous plant. And the foxtail is dominated, about 90% is grass or weeds in the field is the foxtails. And this is the rice growing season and fallow season. So rice growing season in Japan only from May or end of May to end of September in the Tochigi prefecture. In some areas may be different. And from October to the April is the fallow season. So when rice growing season is here, so all weeds are controlled. However, after harvesting in the fallow season, the weeds growth and some weeds still grows and survive under winter condition, because winter in Tochigi prefecture is not too cold. So is it possible to some plants, some weeds growth and survive in the winter? And from the figure, we can see with the biomass also increased by the duration of organic farming. So we can see that after several years of organic farming, the wheat biomass reached the maximum. Is about 15 years. The wheat biomass about 300 gram per meter square. So this is the potential of the wheat biomass, because wheat also uptake the nitrogen from the soils. So if we want to use this wheat as the internal nitrogen input, is very useful, because from the previous slides we know that the internal nitrogen input from the wheat about 6.6 gram nitrogen per meter square. Is also very high, and also higher than rice straw, and also higher than the rice bran, because the rice straw only 5 and rice bran only 1.6. So next. So we have 2 experiments. The first experiment, we calculate the carbon decomposition using 4 weeks. Why using 4 weeks? Because we see that the carbon decomposition or nitrogen mineralization in the weeds, the foxtail is very fast. So no need to do more than 4 weeks. So we can see that there were no significant differences in the net carbon decomposition of foxtail among the treatments. And carbon decomposition from foxtail were not affected by the duration of organic farming. So we can see that in the table, in the first column, we can see that the carbon decomposition from the soils, 2 weeks and 4 weeks. We can see that 12 years increase the carbon decomposition from the soils. However, after the carbon decomposition, also same condition in the carbon decomposition from soil with foxtail. After I add the foxtail, then 12 years also significantly increased compared to the conventionals. However, the net carbon decomposition of foxtail, so this is only net from the second column minus the first column. So we can see that there is no significantly difference in the foxtail application in the all fields. And the decomposed percentage of foxtails are similar, about 30%. So 30% foxtail decomposed during 2 weeks or 4 weeks after incorporation. Please next. And how about the nitrogen? The nitrogen, we use the KCl extraction, same. So in the first column, we can see that the nitrogen mineralization from the soils. From the soil, 12 years organic rice farming increased significantly compared to the other treatments, conventional 4 years and 12 years. As well, also in the nitrogen mineralization from the soil plus foxtail as well. In the 12 years, higher compared to the conventional 4 years and 8 years. However, in the net nitrogen mineralization of foxtails, we can see no significant difference in the 2 weeks and also in the 4 weeks. In the 2 weeks, we see the minus net nitrogen mineralization. It means the nitrogen is not provided in the soils because application of foxtail will decrease the nitrogen. It means the immobilization process happened in the 2 weeks. However, in the 4 weeks, immobilization process did not happen and nitrogen mineralization happened in the 4 weeks. We can see the positive value in here. So the how many foxtail nitrogen mineralized during 4 weeks? About 50%. So 50% of foxtail mineralized during 4 weeks anaerobic incubation. So please next. In the second experiment, we divide two weeds, foxtail and milk fats, and we have 2 different sampling dates, young age and old age, about April and May, middle of May. So after middle of May, then the field was puddling, so we have the last sampling on the May. So same as the previous, we use this anaerobic incubation, and we calculate the net carbon decomposition or the net nitrogen mineralization as this equation. So the net means soil plus wheat minus the carbon from the soils. Okay, next. So in this table, we can see that with the species maturity, we have 2 foxtail, young and old, and the milk fats also young and old, based on the maturity. So the carbon contents 1% in the wheat in the soils, also similar, because the carbon mostly in the plant about 40%, so no significant difference in the foxtail and milk fats, young and old. And the net carbon decomposition, we can see that the old foxtail has a lower net carbon decomposition compared to the other treatments. For the weeds decomposed percentage, also old foxtail has a lower than the others. And we can see that the net carbon decomposition potentials. So we can see that the young foxtail or milk fats has the highest net carbon decomposition potentials in the fifth column here. So we can conclude that the milk fats incorporation increase net carbon decomposition than foxtail, and also immature weeds or young weeds has the higher carbon decomposition potential than mature weeds. Next. So for the nitrogen mineralization, young and old are quite similar, but the foxtail and milk fats is quite different, because the foxtail is a non-leguminous plant. They have a very low nitrogen content, while the milk fats has the high nitrogen content because of the leguminous plant. So 0.09 compared to the 0.3 gram nitrogen per kilograms. And from here we can see that young and milk fats, especially in the milk fats, has the
Dr.
higher.
Valency, just to remind you, your time is up to 5 minutes to go. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. And the net nitrogen mineralization of wheat residue is higher in the young milk fats, and with mineralization percentage in the milk fats, because of they have a high nitrogen content, is about 70% mineralized in 4 weeks. And we see that the high nitrogen mineralization potentials in the young milk fats as well. And the next, and the conclusion is the net carbon decomposition. Incorporated foxtail was not affected by duration of organic farming. Net nitrogen immobilization from foxtail occurred 2 weeks and sometimes extended to 4 weeks before nitrogen became tangible. So it means if the farmers want to plow the fields, it's a much better 2 weeks or 4 weeks before the transplanting. So the immobilization process could did not happen in the fields because the net immobilization about 2 weeks and 4 weeks is mineralization. So much better if a farmer plowed 4 weeks before transplanting. Next. And the last chapter about the reconstructed. Next. So because of the conditions in Japan now, previously the field is very small, and the government wants to make the big field, so they did reconstructed. So this reconstructed changed many things. So and this reconstructed happened in our research field. So we have the west and east, the location, which is the west is the highest and east is the lowest topography. So after reconstructed, then the east have the soil additional from the west side. So the east side more fertile than the west. So this is make a problem in the rice yield and also the soil quality. Please next. So this is the soil organic carbon and total nitrogen. So we can see that the low condition and in the east, so it means the fertile one is the highest in the soil organic carbon and the highest in the total nitrogens. Please next. So also we calculate the yield, the panicle, 1,000 grain weight. So we can see that the east side, especially in the low east side in the near river, produce the high rice yield parameters compared to the west side. Okay, please next. And the conclusion is the land reconstruction in the organic farming had a great effect on the soil organic carbon, total nitrogen, carbon decomposition, and others. Next. And thank you for your attention. This is my last slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Valency Kausar, for a very interesting talk. Now we come to the question and answer session. For those who would like to pose a question, would like to deliver your question to the speaker. The first question is coming from the audience here in the conference room. Please give the audience who pose the question to Dr. Valency Kausar.
Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the chance. I would ask to Dr. Kautsar. You mentioned before that organic farming increase the greenhouse gas emission, and your research show that organic farming increase the soil carbon organic stock. So I would to know your opinion or suggestion that should we do to our farmer, because our farmers is the main agent in organic farming. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's a very interesting question. Yeah, it's based on my experience. Some farmer has a different point of view about the organic farming, because some farmers think about the organic farming is about the economics thing. So if they can manage and produce organic product, so they can get the more higher price, very good price. It's all about the economic. And kind of these farmers also a lot of in Indonesia. So it's very good if we we have to know the perspective of the farmer itself. They think about the organic farming is about the economics or not, because another point of view is not about the economics but about the environmental. Some farmers they are doing the organic farming because of they think that the organic farming is very good for the environmental. They did not want to exploit the soils. They want to have the harmonized with the environmental. And for this kind of farmers, of course, they will easily to use and manage the organic farming than others, because if they think about the environmental, then it's very easy. So we have to understand the farmers' view. If they understand or they want to do the like an environmentalist, so it's much better, because we only manage and give the knowledge to the farmers. But if they think about the market, the price, so we have to provide the market. So where after the farmer produce the product, so where we have to sell the products, and how about the market chain. So we have to think about this one. So the farmers will have the motivate. The farmer will motivate much better than or higher than previously, because of we provide the solutions. So I think we have to know what is the farmer point of view and what motivate the farmers the most.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. So based on your experiment, and you are as a speakers in here, what you suggest to the farmers? Do they should plant or cultivate their field in organic or no?
Sorry, could you repeat the questions?
So what is your suggestion to the farmers as your researcher and also the speaker in here, based on your experiment and the result? So should you ask the farmers to cultivate their field in organic way or not?
Yes, organic farming is a very like a long term. Because if we suggest the farmers to do the organic farming, sometimes they did not want to do, because of the production will decrease, of course. So the first is we have to give the farmers knowledge about why they have to conserve the soils, conserve the environmentals, so they know how to conserve first. Then later After that, they should know about the price that the organic farming, organic product have the higher price. And if they want to do the organic farming, so they should know where to sell the products. So for myself, I did not recommend the organic farming for the most farmers, but if they have the knowledge, the previous knowledge about the organic farming, then I try to ask them to why not try organic farming. Of course, we use the very low organic matter first because of application of organic matter and reducing the chemical fertilizer will also affect on the yields. So yeah, we have to do slowly because this is the very long-term projects for the organic farming. So yeah, I hope in the next future, if the condition is we can do organic farming is should be better because of we got the good quality of products. Then we have the quality, the soil quality and the environmental conditions much better than now.
Okay, thank you. I got your point.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the questionnaire, number one. Now we have another question through chat room from Ibu Mailawati from Lambung Mangkurat University. Her question is, what is the right technique in handling topsoil in mining activities so that during post-mining reclamation, the topsoil can function properly so as to reduce the impact of climate change?
Mining activities, of course, the soils will very in the bad conditions. So after post mining, of course, first we have to understand. I believe the some researchers also understand that after reclamation, in the post mining reclamation, sometimes the condition is not suitable for plant, so they have to apply it like flying ash or the organic matter. So first we have to try to recarbonize the soils. So we have to check the soil quality. If the soil quality is good enough for the plant, then we can do the replanting. So the post-mining reclamation is not easy, of course. So we have to do carefully. So then the addition of organic matter sometimes also need more time than we think. Need a really long time, and we have to take care about this soil condition is much better. Maybe for the specific case study, we can talk more about this issue.
All right, thank you, Dr. Valency, for the answer. Perhaps we still have another question so far through chat room. No, if there is no, but actually, I myself have lots of questions for you because this is a very great, a very interesting talk. Where I believe that this is like a whole experiment, like probably you present your whole PhD thesis right now for us. So a lot of experiments, a lot of data, and I think this is very great to publish. My question, like it is very interesting how the people nowadays, they reduce to consume rice. So how to manage that one? Probably nowadays, many people around the world, they would like to just to consume a very instant food, or they don't want to spend more time to cook, or what is your reason about this?
Testing. Now is why rice is decreasing nowadays because of the for the Japan's conditions in the 70, they are not too, the economics is not too good, but now it's very, very high. So after the economics is the better than before, then they change the main food to the another things. So like in Japan, they changed from the rice, then decreasing the rice consumption to the like a meat or the vegetables, but they still consume rice. I believe in Indonesia also, why the decreasing, because of now Indonesia is the economics now is increase, and if this increment still continuing, so maybe we need more like a meat or vegetables more than now. So I believe of this rice consumption also based on the economics condition in the country. So if the country rich, in the rich country, maybe the rice consumption will decrease, and we can eat more like a meat, vegetable. So I hopefully in the next few years we can eat more like proteins or from the others, like from the meat, fish, or the vegetable. Like myself also, several years ago, I also consume a lot of rice, but now consume less rice and eat more vegetable and like fruits. I believe in this is not about the style, but about the choices.
Right. Oh, yes. That's a great answer. Yes. I thought like the people don't have time to cook rice, so that's why they don't have time. They don't want to spend more time to cook, so they just buy instant food. Okay, you're right. We need to consume more very healthy food, or like nowadays, as far as we know, that many people like to be continue to follow the vegetarian style, or they need to consume more protein in order to improve or to increase their healthy style in life. Or yes, that's correct. The other question, I think we probably still have several minutes to go. My question is about carbon and nitrogen stock. This is very great explanation from you as well, and how to maintain the carbon and nitrogen stock in the topsoil. And then if we relate it to the second question coming from the chat room, it is not easy to maintain, to create like the soil become, to plant more plant on the topsoil where that soil is already drilled by the coal mining. And then how to to help that one, as you know that in our province we produce lots of coal, and then a lot of coal mining areas in our province as well, and maybe in neighbors province as well. So this is a big issue for us in order to do the reclamation. So what is your opinion about this?
Very interesting. So I'm not sure I have the good answer for this one. Yes, about the coal mining is a very big issue, and I hope we can talk much later about this issue, because I'm not to understand about this condition, so I'm not a good right person to answer this question. It's a very good answer, a very good question.
Right, no worries, Bapak Palensi, PhD. So we still have time to catch up. Probably, maybe there is a last questions through audience in this room, or maybe through chat room. No, all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the very interesting talk from our second invited speaker. And then please give him a very big applause So thank you very much, Dr. Valency, for your nice talk. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have the third invited speaker, which is still a very interesting to listen to. And he's coming from Nigeria. It's very far from our country, of course. His name is Obi Eja Tulu Chukwu, PhD. I'm sorry if I'm spelling your name wrong. He's coming from Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Nigeria. Before he's starting his presentation, I would like to introduce to you guys. He's very short. Yeah, to hello Abi. Now he's a reader, but he's very expert in toxicology, and he's working on toxicology unit department of pharmacology, College of Health Science, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Newi campus. He got a lot of experiences, such as he's a member of subcommittee committee of staff advisor of UNIZIC. He's also a coordinator of postgraduate studies at the Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology, College of Health Sciences, Nnamdi Azikiwe University. And also he is an examination officer, Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutic, College of Health Science, Nnamdi Azikiwe University. He is also timetable officer in his department, and also now is a sub-dean of Student Affairs, College of Health Science, Nnamdi. He got a lot of qualification and professional and academic as well. He graduated his bachelor degree and master degree, and as well as a doctor of philosophy in Nigeria. He graduated his PhD in 2006 in the Abia State University, Uturu, Abia State, Nigeria. Beside that, he also got several awards, such as Fellow Africa Education Initiative at USA. And also he's visiting a scholar to Telluride Association, University of Michigan, USA. And also he visiting a scholar from Department of Environmental Health Science, School of Public Health. Also at US, so he got a lot of experience spending his time in the US. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Eja Tulu Chukwu Alo Ebi. Welcome, Dr. Abi. Excuse me, Dr. Abi, you need to unmute your speaker.
Hearing me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, please start.
Yes. Okay. Once again, I want to thank the organizer for inviting me to this conference. and I'm happy to be here. Though this morning, here in Nigeria is morning, I've been on for almost 3 hours waiting for this time to come. So for my background, my area is concentrated in the area of toxicology. And when I was given this topic to talk about the wetland environmental toxicology, I decided to see how is the relationship between wetland and the toxicology. And I have to do a lot of reading, talking about the wetland, which is not my area. But at the end of the day, I was able to have a link between environmental toxicology and the wetland. Can I see my slides? Hello?
Please wait for a second.
Yeah. Are you seeing my slide?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
We are
Can you
waiting
share this
for-
slide? Hello? Can you share my slide, please?
For a moment, please.
Hello? Waiting for my slide.
Yes, so we are organizing your slide right now. I'm sorry for the technical problem here. Now your slide is on.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Where? Hello?
I'm thinking your slide is not connecting through the Zoom. So we are doing our best right now. I'm sorry for the delay.
Okay.
Could you please stop sharing your screen, please, so we can show your slide from here?
So what do I do?
Just stop sharing.
Okay.
And then we are sharing your slide from our place.
Okay, and that's what I should. I mean, what I got the slide earlier. Let me stop the sharing. It's okay now?
Yeah, it's looking good right now.
Okay, this is a presentation outline, production, wetland, environmental toxicology, relationship between the wetland and environmental toxicology, talk about the pollution, the wetland pollution, heavy metal contamination of wetland, wetland erosion, industrial influence, wetland and toxic stressors, wetland diseases and benefits of wetland, and then you have to conclusion. Next slide. Yeah, introduction. You know, about most of that speakers have mentioned about the background on wasteland, and then wetland and sources of reserve of water resources. The recharge and discharge water hence playing an important role in the wet cycle. And the wetlands cover less than 90% of Earth's land surface and provide habitat for separating a high numbers of species into water-based amphibians, fish, and invertebrates. Next slide, please. Hello. Talking about wetlands and environmental toxicology. I know about those environmental toxicology about the waste of dry when the wetland are polluted, what happened, and then the environmental toxicology about the effects of toxic chemicals living on organisms and all the study of the environment. And what is the link between the toxicants or pollutants and human? Importantly, our area of interest is talking on human beings. well-being of individuals or people living around the wasteland vicinity and environment. Next slide, please.
Dr. Obi, could you please speak a bit louder?
Okay. So can I see my next? I'm talking. I'm bit audible now. Hello. Yeah. Still on the introduction. Talk about the therapeutic wetland environment provide the natural, financial, and level powers of the habitat. Decrease the functional level of biological activity indicates inversion of stressors or healthy wetland mechanism of action. Wetland environmental toxicology brings equilibrium approaches to this ecosystem. Still talking like a bit introduction on this environmental toxicology and wetland. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
This is a typical wetland, seed beds and seed environment, serene environment of the wetland. And you can imagine the natural, this is another wasteland already. This one is where the next slide, please. Yeah, it's already a wetland that is already dried. You can see how the trees are dried up and a lot of things. And in this case, there are certain things that may come up from this particular area, and they find out the A pollutants, the ones that will come into the air, and they may go back to the soil, and the plants and plants that are planted in those soil that are contaminated, maybe food items may be there, and they may go on the food chain. They go into the well-being of humans, and then there we talk about toxic effects on that human beings or health system of individuals. Next slide. Still talking about the service, local water storage can be provide services to other effects on the organism. And then we talk about the physiological processes on the habitat and biodiversity, commercial and recreational, where the wetland can still play a role. And then wetland can be classified into follows as follows: have the marsh, the swamp. Next slide. This is just trying to give a little background of this topic. Next slide. So it's had this where you have different wetland, marshes, swamps, box category, preservation, fence. This talking about just basic foundation or basic information on wetland. Next slide. Well, here in this case, we found out the non-metallic products and the natural organic matter entering into the wetland, and then a lot of intoxication that chemical reactions goes on. At the end of the day, you can talk about even the toxicity to alteration and bring about all that effect that may eventually enter the food safety and food system, and they may get into the humans, and this may bring about some health implications. So environmental toxicology, trying to find out the link between the wetland and environmental toxicology. As I say, once again, it's interdisciplinary subject and aims at studying the effects of toxic chemicals on living organisms. This with the study of the environment, the effect of pollution of water, soil, air, and the effect of pollution on the living organisms. Studies the potential dissipating impacts on chemicals and pollution on the environment. Talking about environmental toxicology. Remember, the main topic is the link between the environmental toxicology and wetland. Next slide, please. So relationship between wetland and environmental toxicology, this can be seen where you have the wetland, when the lands are polluted. When they are polluted, and when there is an erosion, and maybe the effluents from the industrial waste can still enter the wetland, and by entering the wetland, it may bring about putting in some chemicals or toxic metals in those systems, and when humans, in one way or the other, get them ingested, either through the water or through the food products they are taking, it may bring about some toxic effects in the body. It may affect the kidney, it may affect the liver, and not even there's now been a study linking lead toxicity and the intelligence quotient, where there is such injection on the humans. When they do, as I said, the wetland still gives some benefits, but at the same time, there is still a problem when the only land that are polluted. You can talk about that. Next slide, please. Well, pollution is in contaminants in the natural environment causing adverse changes. When there is degradation in the wetlands, wetland enters the water table through pesticides, sediments, sewage, or fertilizers, which are fertilizer when they use them in plantings in the vegetation, in agriculture. There's a way of entering into the wetland. And at the end of the day, there may be a chain reaction that may eventually enter the humans, and that will affect the human beings. And also the pollutants in the groundwater or fresh surface waters that flow into the wetland can be toxic to plants and animals, and they can accumulate in the wetland sediments. And when wetlands are polluted, it may be difficult to clean up. But at the same time, whether natural wetland or the one that have been set up by the government, policies must be put in place to make sure that there must be an impact assessment as regards to humans, so that those things will not be able to affect the humans at the end of the day. Next slide. So wetland pollution, as I said, can be as a result of the following: pollution of the fuel material, draining, dredging, diversion of flow, addition of impervious surfaces in the wetlands, which increase water and pollutants runoff into the wetland. So in that case, what we are now trying to do that when wetlands are polluted, when they are polluted, that is the time it may affect the human beings in one way or the other. And then when the pollutants are said, the toxic chemicals or even fertilizer pesticides are entered into the wetland, it may eventually flow back to the human through some food chain. When the people are living around the area, they eventually take some of those food items which are already been contaminated, and when they eat them, it may be able to have some dangerous effects on the humans. Next slide. When wetlands are polluted, so chemical get into the wetlands and failure to thrive, or the dead animal on the plant life, the plants and animals may kill the other plants that are meant to be in the habitat. So when they are polluted, a lot of things there's a lot of reactions going on there, and even the plant that's supposed to be around there maybe and there some habitats of animals living in the wetland may be damaged, may be affected. Next slide. Now, what do you do about the reduction of pollution by wetland? Wetland can as well then can show moments of flood, waters, or coastal storms due to east sponge-like characteristics. Where can land highly developed root system hold the soil in place or filter pollutants, naturally improving the water eventually used for drinking? In other words, there are still some benefits of the wetland driven by reducing pollution. Vis-a-vis, when we now talk about when the chemicals or the toxicants are more in the wetland, that is the time it may affect the humans. So in other words, when you are talking about wetland, it is being a win-win war. In other words, the people talking about wetland in an environment, you have to take care, you have to make sure that how are the people living within that vicinity? Are they going to be affected? What are things that are put in place to make sure that you try to reduce the wetland being polluted? Next slide. Now, this is my core area, heavy metal content. I've done a lot of work on heavy metals. And then even in our environment, we're able to see there are some influences. When you have a lot of industrial estate, how are they managing the waste from those coming out from that industry? You know, there must be a proper way of channeling the waste properly so that it will not be able to enter the wetland. And then when it enter the wetland, it may be polluted and the humans may be affected. So heavy metals like lead, cadmium, mercury, arsenic can contaminate wetland through groundwater movement and surface water seepage and runoff. People that consume high levels of heavy metals risk acute or chronic toxicity like liver, it can damage the liver, and damage the kidney, intestinal damage, and it may cause anemia, and it may cause cancer. Mercury exposure can harm human brain, heart, kidneys, lungs, and the immune system of the people of all ages. So what are we trying to say here? Try to make sure that in as much as you're trying to protect the wetland or to put it in order, there are still certain policies that may put in place to avoid wetland being contaminated so that it will not affect the humans living around the vicinity or the environment. Next slide. When you talk about the heavy metals at the mentioned area, there are symptoms of heavy metal poisoning. The diarrhea may occur, nausea, abdominal pain, vomiting, chills, weakness, tingling of hands and feet, and shortness of breath. And also symptoms of mercury poisoning, lack of coordination, vision changes, hearing, and speech difficulties may be as a result of mercury poisoning. So what I would try to do is trying to see how to remedy or how to reduce contamination or pollution of the wetland is very, very vital. Next slide. But when such a thing occurred, there may be some minor treatment that may envisaged. For my cases of heavy metal poisoning, just eliminating the exposure of heavy metals can be enough to treat the condition. For severe cases, standard treatment is chelation therapy. This involves giving medication either through a pill or injection that binds a heavy metal in the body. There will be a complementation that is forming a complex and try to remove that heavy metal from the body. So, but eventually, the important thing is to how do you prevent that pollution to not to occur, making sure that the government or the policymakers are taking cognizance that humans may still be within a reef around that area where the wetland is situated, and they have to be protected. Next slide. Now, talking about the erosion. Erosion is the removal of the soil particles by wind, water, or other forces of nature. Wetlands with adequate buffer zones and wetlands closely associated with streams are particularly prone to degradation by erosion. So, erosion can still be can affect the wetland. But some of the things is how now make sure that when you are siting a wetland or when they are natural already situated in an environment, certain things have to be in place to be able to navigate or try to not to prevent, to see that the wetland is not being disturbed or being disrupted when there's an erosion. Next slide, please. This is a typical erosion site in Anambra State where I'm living. Anambra is one of the sisters of Nigeria in the eastern region, and you can see how deep this erosion site is. And if a paraventure is situated near the wetland where the land is situated, you can imagine what's really happened there. So what I'll try to say that erosion can as well in one way or the other affect the wetland and this vicinity. Next slide, please. Then wetland plants can serve as physical barrier. In as well as in the sea, they may be affected, but just wetland can still play a role in control. The wetland plants can serve as physical barrier by taking the punishment of the waves crashing into the shore or the water running down on the hill. Wetland plants can also bind and lock down the soil with their roots, which crisscross underground through the soil, trying to protect the wetland being degraded by erosion. Next slide. Well, erosion, effect of erosion on human health, as I said there, increased dust carried by the wind, contaminated soil enters the water bodies, human prone to airborne infections like anthrax, tuberculosis, and waterborne infections like cholera, presence of elevated heavy metal at mentioned area. Lung cancer, lung damage, and anemia can be as a result of the heavy metal contamination of the wetland, and also erosion. that may be able to, when the erosion occurs, this the wetland can be affected in this way. And then you have polynuclear aromatic hydrocarbons leach into the soil, and they may cause cataracts, kidney, and liver damage. Next slide. Effluents and wetland. I've mentioned it earlier. Contaminants of the environment include those arising from the agricultural activities, gaseous deposits from the air, industrial effluents, water, sewage, and air particulates. When the water sewage, those things are happening, there must be a policy how the wetlands are being protected, so that there must be effluents from the industrial or from industrial waste, how to be directed properly to where it will enter, not endangering the lives of people through entering into the wetland. These things are very important. Industrial effluents may contain contaminants such as acids, alkalis, metallic ions, phenols, and cyanides, and the other organic matter and organic substances that can pose threats to natural ecosystem. Next slide. Talk about wetland toxic stressors. Have the physical, and have biological, and it has the chemical. And these are stressors of the wetland that when these things occur, it will affect the wetland in one way or the other. So a chemical anemia can enter the wetland and it will absorb, and pneumonia can enter the wetland and it will absorb and be converted to volatile and nitrification. And this can now be, in biological, we can talk about the pollutants like industrial discharge, species like agricultural, and then in the physical, as I said, you can see hurricane or sea-led changes can still occur. These are stressors that disturb the wetland ecosystem. Next slide. Well, this is a typical, we have the distortions in wetland. If you look at that scenario here, you see that some of those things have been affected, and there's a lot of pollution there. And then this will eventually telling you that as much as wetland may be beneficial to human, at the same time, it can bring about the deleterious effect when there is toxic, when there's pollution in the area. Next slide. So talking about chemical stressors, talking about this metal-based stressors, we talk about cobalt, copper, iron, manganese, zinc, and then cadmium, chromium. These are non-metallic. These are the stressors of the wetland when there are when there's stress, when there is a lot of contamination of pollution within the wetland. So this can be occurred. Next slide. Wow, wetland diseases. You talk about there's vector-related diseases, water-prone diseases, equine, and the moss diseases. These are certain diseases that may result from wetland when they are polluted and when they are distorted. These diseases may occur. And what we're talking about, the humans must be protected. Well-being of individuals living around the area will be taken care of. In the community where your wetlands are there, the government must play a role. Either the local government, the federal government must put a policy that will make sure that when there is an impact assessment that humans are not being affected, and by that same time, they will still make use of the natural one that are within the vicinity of the environment. Next slide. Well, these are these partitions on this, that talk about when there is a partition in the wetland and the wetland and the water, and there's a lot of interactions are going on. At the end of the day, the eventually move into the preparation and the entering this ecosystem, and a lot of things are being distorted and have been affected. Next slide. Contaminants in the wetland water body can be contaminated by various activities, as mentioned, the use of chemicals such as fertilizers, pesticides in the wetland attachment, the drainage of rollers and toxic materials into wetlands, and accidental chemicals, oil spillage. Like in Nigeria, we have oils, and then when there is spillage, a lot of things have been distorted, and the environment have been polluted, And then the fish within this vicinity, the water ecosystem have been stored. And then at the end of the day, what happened? Humans may be affected. But what we're talking about there is that the government must do the needful by providing a means of trying to control some of these things, some of these occurring, and then human beings are being protected. Next slide. Regulation. The important thing is to putting regulatory bodies have to put certain things in place and then check, listen the usage of pollutants, pests, and disease agents. Health policy should set concerning wetlands management function, adoption of ecosystem approach, and health impact assessment into the wetland management. Employ a decision-making tool that is perfect in examining the health consequences. These are very, very essential. Making a as I said, adoption of ecosystem approach and health impact assessment into the wetland management is very, very, very important in order to protect the lives of human beings living around the vicinity or the wetland. Next slide. Well, this kind of scenario where you have the diseases that are affecting the wetland, eventually they end up affecting the humans. So that link here, that is why we are talking about the humans are the most vital, because no matter what you are doing, even if you are talking about agriculture, want to use the place for recreation and rest of them, and there is need to have a natural wetland in an area. How do you protect the humans living around the area? Once in a while, there will be a risk assessment to be conducted in order to make sure that the humans are not being affected using different tools. Next slide. Benefits of wetlands. This is not wetlands, it's wetland. There's a mistake in that place. So wetlands are high productive and biologically diverse systems that enhance water quality, control erosion, maintain stream flows, sequester carbon, provide home for all, at least 1/3 of all threatened and endangered species, provide wildlife habitat, and provide food for fish, flood storage, economically beneficial natural products for human use, and create opportunity for recreation, education, and the research. So talking about the benefits of wetland and not wetland, please. Next slide. In conclusion, despite the fact that wetland has some beneficial effects to our environment, it is equally important to incorporate health impact assessment processes into consideration when setting up wetland in any environment. It is very, very vital. And it is also important to develop environmental management strategy that concurrently support the maintenance of both the ecological character of wetlands and human well-being. So those are interwoven. So there must be a situation where there's also be to develop environmental management strategies that takes care of that. Next slide. It is also important to develop a landscape approach to investigating wetland and disease issues, and also to incorporate health impact assessment into water development projects, either in parallel or incorporated into environmental impact assessment pre and post development. And finally, develop an impact assessment policy that we're able to develop, to discover or to know when human beings have been affected. And when it's done, the important thing in wetland management is to make sure that human beings are being protected and develop integrated infectious disease control so that do not demand modification of the natural wetlands. The policymakers have to develop that, and then the government have to do that. And at the end of that, they find out that wetland that is there is also making sure that being beneficial to human beings and at the same time to the animal and the environment that where they are. And on that note, I want to end this lecture talking about the environmental toxicology and wetland. You can now be able to oversee the linkage between the wetland and the toxicology. And by doing that, taking sure the take-home message in this lecture is that there must be impact assessment, risk assessment to be done wherever wetland is situated, whether natural or by government. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Abi, for a very nice talk. Actually, we still have time to spend for your presentation, but that's fine. So it means for us, we still have time to pose more questions to you. So we already have several questions. The first question is in the conference room. So please arrange all the microphone, the camera to the questioner next door. So Dr. Abi, I'm thinking that right now in your country is very early in the morning. I just worried you didn't get enough sleep last night.
I didn't know her at all. I've been on for almost 4 hours.
Right. I'm thinking right now it's about 5 a.m. in your country?
Yes, it's 5:06 a.m. I've been on since 2 a.m.
Right.
I didn't sleep.
Excellent. Now we are going to, do you have one more slide or just we go to the question and answer?
No, they go to question and answer.
Oh, you already present all your slides?
Yes,
Right,
I'll
no
give a
worries.
summary.
So we are coming to the question and answer right now. We are having the discussion. Please, for the question through this room, please show the camera and the microphone. Or do we have a question through the chat room? Yes, we got already Bapak, I don't know, so please go ahead, Bapak.
Okay, thank you very much for moderator. My name is Ulil Amri. I want to ask Mr. Obi. In Kalimantan, the wetland of Kalimantan are very close to the sea, the ocean, and the water content is very different. There are so many biota and resources that can be utilized. If contaminant enter the ecosystem, there will be a cause. And along with the time, population will grow, climate change, food ability, and housing. Can you give some recommendation how to manage this situation, and that is can be used predictable? Okay, thank you. Mr. Obi, can you hear?
Remember what I said earlier? I said when there is government have to put in place certain strategies that will be able not to prevent wetland being polluted. And when such a thing is done, you find out that the wetland will not be distorted, and those chemicals may not be enter the wetland, and then eventually human beings will be protected. So everything starts for the development at the foundational area. When you already there are natural wetlands so within an environment, government must put in place certain strategies that will be, even if there's pollution, there may be an assessment at the level of pollution, and then if there are chemicals within that contaminant that have entered the wetland and they affect the human beings. So the important thing is to put a policy in trying to prevent a pollution. If it is not caused, you must do what is called risk assessment to find out whether humans are being contaminated, whether humans are affected or not. Does that get Does that answer your question?
Okay, thank you very much. I get the point from you.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Bapak. Now we have two questions in the chat room. The first question is coming from Bapak Anang Kadarsha. He's asking you how you organize the environmental toxicology issues to your student by the research effectively.
Pardon?
I repeat, how could you organize the environmental toxicology issues to your student by doing the research effectively?
Oh, that's great. We are doing a lot with our students within our research. If you go into if you Google my name, you see some of our work that already been done. What happens is that when there is we tell the students how they conduct research in environmental toxicology. Currently, now I have a student working on the effect at it. There is a place there is an environment, there is a water system, there's a water or a river. We wanted to find out whether those water has been contaminated. We go into there, get some water samples and analyze them for heavy metals and be able to see if they are, and then we do what they call the adverse index quotient. And then we're using some tools, toxicological tools, to assess whether these have been affected, whether they are contaminated, and if they are higher, whether we can now predict that it may affect humans. So such things we can give some research projects to our students, and they do them.
All right, excellent. Now we are coming to the second questions through chat room. The question is coming from Ibu Mailawati. Her question is, wetlands have an important role in maintaining environmental balance, both as water reservoirs, carbon sinks and stores, climate change and biodiversity, whose existence is currently increasing or threatened, especially if wetlands are not managed properly. So what are the strategies for safeguarding the biodiversity in the wetland?
Well, great. Like as I said, I've been mentioning, all these things you mentioned here, the important thing is the policy makers, the government, to put in place strategies that will be able to protect the wetland. And while doing that at the same time, make sure that human beings are not being affected. So once in a while, research will be carried out and risk assessment will be carried out within the environment and be able to find out whether the contaminants in the wetland has that gone to the level of affecting the humans so that humans are being protected. That is a major strategy. The government must play an important role, whether the local government or the federal government, and then the community where the water are being situated. They have to take certain things and they have to organize themselves and be able to protect themselves.
Right. I have myself question. Do you have wetland areas in your country?
Well, where I'm staying, the city where I'm staying, we don't have much, but in certain bigger cities in Nigeria is a very large country. It's one of the largest blacks in the world. So we have wetlands in various places. But the important thing there is that what we are advocating is that the government must be the policy that will be able to maintain the natural wetland, and at the same time, if the government is planning to, maybe now they're talking about population, and you want to make sure you are trying to narrow down some of the wetland to build houses. The important thing is that at any point in time, you must carry out what is called risk assessment. That's very important.
Okay. Yeah, we still have time, so if there is more questions, please raise your hand through Zoom platform or write your question through the chat room. While waiting for that, so Dr. Ib, so normally in our area, we got lots of wetland areas here, and sometimes the wetland water becomes saline as well due to the intrusion of the seawater. How is the condition of the wetland in your country?
Well, like I said, where I'm staying now, the city where I'm staying, where I'm staying now, they have a lot of industries. So our concern is the effluents coming out from those industries, not entering the water ecosystem. And once in a while, we carry out what is called a risk assessment, impact assessment, and find out whether humans are being protected or not. For now, in my area, we don't have much wetland, but we have a lot of industry, and we have rivers and streams. We have this effluent, once in a while, you find that some of those effluents are not being regulated properly, and they are being entered into those rivers where people use for drinking and so on, doing some domestic activities.
Because in our region, so due to the lots of wetland areas, so people who live in our area normally they usually build up the houses on top of the wetland areas. So, there's water under the houses because a lot of river everywhere. So sometimes it could create a disease, for instance, tuberculosis or whatever, because lots of water and the water is not clean as well. But sometimes few people still consume that river water, which is not treated yet or treated yet. So based on your expertise, could you suggest what kind of a treatment of the wetland water in order the people who consume the water would not get any disease?
Yeah, what I would suggest in this matter is, first and foremost, the researchers have to carry out some work in those areas and be able to find out, first and foremost, doing what is called risk assessment, and whether those places are they contaminated with some chemicals or some metals that are more than what is supposed to be. And if there are, then the next thing you have to do is to allow the government that, and then the next thing is to now carry out some in those humans. Because if you are doing a study, maybe see that there are a particular disease condition that may occurring or reoccurring in a particular area because of the environment. What the researcher will be able to do is to point it out to the government, and then the next thing they should now do, they go in there and do a risk assessment. And if the result comes out, they will now let the government know that there is danger and what will happen, either relocating the people around the area and the rest of them, or what you are going to do, treat the water, as you mentioned. But at the same time, there must be, once in a while, impact assessment, and government have to do their work, do the needful to protect the humans.
Yeah, because sometimes here the water, a lot of contaminant coming from the organic matter, the pH, well, lots of things coming from the waste or the mining
Can I say something
sectors.
again? Another thing that's needed to do what is called town hall meeting. A town hall meeting where the government policy makers will be invited, the community will be invited, and researchers will be there. There will be an interaction. So there is an interaction. The scientists there will be able to see, look at what their findings in this particular area, and the government policy makers will be there hearing it, and the community will be saying something, and there will be a kind of what solution that they will be able to do in order to tackle the problem. It's very, very important.
Right. And also, kind of, it is really hard to find the clean water, although they start to drill the well because of the organic matter, on the top of soil and everywhere. So if you could imagine if you come here in our region. very lots of wetland areas. They are wet, and sometimes if the land is close to the sea, sometimes during the hot season, they become saline water. And then they still use the water for
Wow. That's
washing
serious.
disease or whatever. Sometimes they cannot drink that water.
What I did, like in some of my works, what we have done is to do some of those, we have done some work in collecting water for some of those wells, and then do analysis on those water samples and be able to find out whether they are contaminated. That is important you have to do as scientists. And when they are contaminated, you will alert the government. They will be able to say that some of these areas where these wells are being done, look at the result coming out from them, talking about the pollutants and contaminants, and then a certain policy will be put in place to protect the humans.
Right. All right. So if there are no more questions, so thank you very much, Dr. Abi Ejia Tuluchukwu, for a very interesting talk. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the 3 invited speakers for today. So I would like a little bit wrap up all the presentation from 3 speakers for today. So Dr. Jay Pisha already explained us about how to enhance the biodiversity and ecosystems through wetland areas, where he mentioned the comparison between Nepal, US, and maybe Indonesia. And also sometimes he suggested we need to get it better by having a better decision maker in the specific region. And also Bapak Valency Kausar, PhD, already presented us a very, very interesting talk about the climate change, how the reduction of the rice consumption in the area between Indonesia and Japan, and also how to maintain the carbon and nitrogen in order not to be the bad gas emission. And also the third speaker is Obi Ejia Tuluchukwu, PhD from Nigeria. He already explained us about how to reduce and how to maintain, how to help the disease or the toxicology during the wetland area. So thank you very much for your times. And then I'm giving the floor to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mutia. What an interesting conversation and also talk during our International Symposium on Wetland Environmental Management. On our first day, ladies and gentlemen, we already have a very interesting talk, and we cannot wait what you can have and what you can learn in our second day. So don't forget to join us tomorrow on the 7th International Symposium on Wetland Environmental Management, and also to participate in our closing ceremony, where we will announce a best paper and best presenter for both International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 and International Symposium on Wetland Environmental Management 2021. Once again, I will remind you to join us tomorrow for our second day on the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management. And also, do not forget to join and participate in our closing ceremony, where we will announce best paper and best presenter for both Ifbe 2021 and Iswem 2021. Once again, thank you very much for your participation, and we will see tomorrow. And for those of you who want or for any information, you can contact us through Zoom chat, or do not hesitate to ask our committee if you have any difficulties. I'm Putra Rahmadani signing out. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you tomorrow.
Lamu Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lamu Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all, that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. One of the oldest faculty in Lampung Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, the Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Sharia mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange Corner and Investment Gallery, accounting competency test place, certified accountant test place, taxation center, and center for accounting development. The vision of Lampung Mangkurat University is to realize Lampung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetland. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lampung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more.
Putih batang di batang bulu, kuning menggading di batang bulu, kuning menggading. Malam tadi pemimpilah datang, mimpi datang rasa bapalut lawan si Adi, rasa bapalut lawan si Adi.
Lambung Mangkurat University proudly presents the Second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands and Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The Second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is business and also has a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands and Environmental Management as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing commemorate emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are Post-Pandemic on Wetland Environmental Economies, Advancing Towards a More Sustainable and Resilient Future, Social Humanities, Green Economy, health to empower the informal sector, Fiscal Reform to Strengthen National Economic Resilience. The International Seminar and International Symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topics from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Lambung Mangkurat University is the university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties, which offer pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. first faculty in Lampung Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, the Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics, and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Syariah mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange Corner and Investment Gallery, accounting competency test place, certified accountant test place, taxation center, and center for accounting development. The vision of Lampung Mangkurat University is to realize Lampung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lampung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more.
Kota baru gunungnya Bamega, Bamega umbak manampur di Salakara, umbak manampur di Salakara. Dan kamu lawang-lawang
Mangkurat University proudly present the Second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The Second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing becomes a part of a series of events to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of Lambung Mangkurat University. This event is a collaboration event emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are Post-Pandemic on Wetland Environmental Economies, Advancing Towards a More Sustainable and Resilient Future, Social Humanities, Green Economy, Enhancing Health Systems, Strengthening Human Security, Adoption of Digital Technologies, Accelerating Inclusive Digital Transformation, Accelerating Sectoral Recovery and Safeguarding Employment in Most Affected Sectors, Integrating Digital and Financial Ecosystem to Maintain Monetary and Financial Stability, Enlarging Investment to Empower the Informal Sector, Fiscal Reform to Strengthen National Economic Resilience. The International Seminar and International Symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topic from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world. Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties, which over pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. Faculty in Lambung Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, the Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Syariah mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange Corner and Investment Gallery, Accounting Competency Test Place, Certified Accountant Test Place, Taxation Center, and Center for Accounting Development. The vision of Lambung Mangkurat University is to realize Lambung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lambung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more.
Kota baru gunungnya Bamega, Bamega ombak menampur di Salakara, ombak menampur di Salakara. Dan kamu lawan-lawan
Mangkurat University proudly present the Second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business, and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands and Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The Second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands and Environmental Management, as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing, becomes a part of a series of events to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of Lambung Mangkurat University. This event is a collaboration event emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are Post-Pandemic on Wetland Environmental Economies, Advancing Towards a More Sustainable and Resilient Future, Social Humanities, Green Economy, Enhancing Health Systems, Strengthening Human Security, Adoption of Digital Technologies, Accelerating Inclusive Digital Transformation, Accelerating Sectoral Recovery and Safeguarding Employment in Most Affected Sectors, Integrating Digital and Financial Ecosystem to Maintain Monetary and Financial Stability, Enlarging Investment to Empower the Informal Sector, Fiscal Reform to Strengthen National Economic Resilience. The International Seminar and International Symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topic from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world. Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties with over pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. Faculty in Lambung Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, the Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Syariah mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange Corner and Investment Gallery, accounting competency test place, certified accountant test place, taxation center, and Center for Accounting Development. The vision of Lambung Mangkurat University is to realize Lambung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lambung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more.
Kota baru gunungnya Bamega, Bamega ombak menampur di Salakara, ombak menampur di Salakara. Dan kamu lawang-lawang
Mangkurat University proudly present the Second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business, and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The Second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same time, the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management, as an annual event of the Center for Journal Management and Publishing, becomes a part of a series of events to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of Lambung Mangkurat University. This event is a collaboration event emerging mixed issues of wetlands and economic post-pandemic COVID-19. It will be held hybrid on 24 until 26 of October 2021. The theme is Towards an Environmentally Friendly Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery. The sub-themes are Post-Pandemic on Wetland Environmental Economies, Advancing Towards a More Sustainable and Resilient Future, Social Humanities, Green Economy, Enhancing Health Systems, Strengthening Human Security, Adoption of Digital Technologies, Accelerating Inclusive Digital Transformation, Accelerating Sectoral Recovery and Safeguarding Employment in Most Affected Sectors, Integrating Digital and Financial Ecosystem to Maintain Monetary and Financial Stability, Enlarging Investment to Empower the Informal Sector, Fiscal Reform to Strengthen National Economic Resilience. The International Seminar and International Symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topic from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world. Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties, which offer pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. Faculty in Lambung Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, the Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Syariah mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange Corner and Investment Gallery, accounting competency test place, certified accountant test place, taxation center, and center for accounting development. The vision of Lambung Mangkurat University is to realize Lambung Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lambung Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many more.
Kota baru gunungnya Bamega, Bamega ombak menampur di Salakara, ombak menampur di Salakara. Dan kamu lawang-lawang adinda.
Mangkurat University proudly present the Second International Forum on Business and Economy 2021 by Faculty of Economics and Business and the 7th International Symposium on Wetlands Environmental Management 2021 by the Center for Journal Management and Publishing. The Second International Forum on Business and Economy is an annual international seminar which is held by the Faculty of Economics and Business and also as a special part to commemorate the 63rd Dies Natalis of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University. At the same the sub-themes are post-pandemic on wetland environmental economies, advancing towards a more sustainable and resilient future, social humanities, green economy, enhancing health systems, strengthening human security, adoption of digital technologies, accelerating inclusive digital transformation, accelerating sectoral recovery and safeguarding employment in most affected sectors, integrating digital and financial ecosystem to maintain monetary and financial stability, enlarging investment to empower the informal sector, fiscal reform to strengthen national economic resilience. The international seminar and international symposium will discuss toward economic recovery and potential environmental impacts. This event covers broad ranges topic from natural to social sciences related to environmental. It is hoped that the papers from different perspectives can be submitted in this event. As a result, this is moving towards economic and environmental publications published in national and international journals. Be a part of this prestigious event and share your precious research with the world. Lambung Mangkurat University is the oldest university in Kalimantan Island, Indonesia. This public higher education institution was established on 21st of September 1958. Lambung Mangkurat University is located in Banjarmasin City, South Kalimantan, Indonesia. It also has a branch campus in Banjarbaru City. Lambung Mangkurat University has 11 faculties with over pre-bachelor's degree programs, bachelor's degree programs, master's degree programs, and doctoral programs. When it was inaugurated, Lambung Mangkurat University had 4 faculties that were Law Faculty, Economics Faculty, Social and Politics Faculty, and Agriculture Faculty. Lambung Mangkurat University has a selective admission policy based on entrance examinations and students pass academic record and grades. International applicants are eligible to apply for enrollment. Lambung Mangkurat University also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, housing, sport facilities, financial aids and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, online courses, and distant learning opportunities, as well as administrative services. Moreover, Lambung Mangkurat University has a very special commitment to be the inclusive higher education institution with the spirit of education for all that supports the students with disabilities to be successful participants in the future labor market and reach their dreams. oldest faculty in Lamu Mangkurat University is the Faculty of Economics and Business. In line with its vision that is to be nationally known for its reputation, the Faculty of Economics and Business always does the best efforts to lead the knowledge enhancement in the field of accounting, management, economics, and development studies. The Faculty of Economics and Business has 2 study programs for associate's degree, 3 study programs for bachelor's degree, 3 study programs for master's degree, and accounting profession education program. The faculty also provides complete infrastructures to support the learning process, such as lecture theater, library, computer laboratory, statistic laboratory, Syariah mini bank laboratory, Indonesian Stock Exchange Corner and Investment Gallery, accounting competency test place, certified accountant test place, taxation center, and center for accounting development. The vision of Lamu Mangkurat University is to realize Lamu Mangkurat University as the leading and competitive university in wetlands. Leading university is reflected by the target to be the best university in Kalimantan, the best 10 in Indonesia, the best of 100 in Southeast Asia by 2025. In order to escort vision and mission of the university and to strengthen the faculties or study programs journals, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing was established through Rector's Decree dated 22nd of May 2015. Every year, the Center for Journal Management and Publishing reached many achievements for local, national, and international scopes, such as conducting the workshop on plagiarism, workshop on books writing, workshop on layout and book editing, international conference script writing, book exhibition, plagiarism training, workshop on writing and managing international journal scripts, managing publisher, known as Lamu Mangkurat University Press, publishing the lecturer's book, and many